here in our March class on our Lim-Flex side. Really a fun class to judge and really high quality from end to end. I think there's a pair of heifers that sort up to the top for me, and as we'll see throughout the day, I'm a big one on movement. I think these two are both super sound, and I like to watch them as they go. They're flexible, and as they get out here, I think that longer they've been out here, they're cooperating a little better, and the heifer that leads off the class here when she came in, certainly flexible and good and big-bodied, and she's starting to handle her top better as she gets around here now that she's settling in, wants to set that tail head down in her better, and that's a big advantage to her. I think the way she is up through that front end, and she's really deep through the center portion of her body. She's long and level-hipped. I think one that, and then that's the difference between the two. I think soundness is close between them. I think that they're both super flexible as they go out. The heifer that leads out the class, she's a little bit tighter in her chin. She's a little bit deeper through her rear rib and flank. The heifer here that comes next in second, I think, is very, very similar to the heifer that leads off the class. Just in that structural build, her hip, her hind leg, all that super good. I think this heifer, when she decides to get out and go, and when she's relaxed and cooperating, she's super sound on the move, and you love how big-footed she is. Like I said, compared to our class winner, she's maybe not quite as tight through that neck and as deep through that rear rib and flank. The heifer here coming next in third on the stand, she's a contender to win the class. You love this heifer in terms of design and the way she is up through her front end. She's level-topped and she's deep-sided and just paints an awesome picture. When she gets out and goes, she doesn't move good enough for me off of either end, and I just like to change that. Like I said, standing still, she probably rises right to the top. The heifer here coming next in third, a heifer that certainly has a bright future ahead of her. I love how angular this one is up through her front end. She's long and neat through that neck. She's good in her lines. Heifer that has some depth there. She's the skinniest within the class, and that doesn't bother me at all. A heifer, though, that just maybe lacks that overall mass and just overall body volume of the heifers ahead of her. Pair of heifers here coming next. I think ones that got some bone and some body and some hip to them as well. Just like to tweak them in terms of that overall balance and neatness that both of them bring to the table.
Well, congratulations back over in the Galvey ring. Results out of your first class in division. Spring Bull Calf Champion exhibited by 8122. That was Moto M15ET exhibited by Braxton Murray, Kingfisher, Oklahoma. Reserve in that division will class in Division 2. First place was exhibited by back number 9034. That's KLHN SEC Golden Larissa, exhibited by Ben Spencer, Gibbon, Nebraska. Second place was exhibited by back number 9029, Amanda Purvis of Versailles, Kentucky. Third place will go to back number 9033, Jacob Stouffer. Fourth place, exhibited by Delia Labor of Hillsboro, Ohio. Fifth place, Colt Parkinson, Levelland, Texas. And sixth place went to Landry Kleeman of Nazareth, Texas. Now in the ring, Class 6 in Division 2.
deepest classes we've seen to this point today, and I don't know that there's just one clear-cut answer within the class, but at the same time, I think that this is a lot of fun to judge and sort, and there's minor differences between each of these as we go on down the line. But I think as I break it down in my mind, the most complete one in the class it balances that look and having enough to her in body and mass and some stoutness there in terms of her structure as a heifer that leads out the class. I think this one is super complete in her design. She's elegant up through that front end, tremendous body, super sound when she gets set in motion. Like I said, just a very, very complete one to lead off the class. Young ladies heifer here coming next in second. I like an awful lot of things about. She is tremendously long, and she's good for being that long. She gets out and covers ground, and she's flexible, and she's long and elegant up through that front end. Maybe not as, and in all honesty, probably not as dense a hair coat as a lot of these heifers within this class, but still maintains that balance and that look, and for all that length and not having a lot of hair, just puts it all together really well. Just maybe not quite as dense and neat in there. The way she transitions from her shoulder back into her forerib is our class winner, but I think one that's got an awful lot of good as well. Young ladies heifer here coming next, another one that brings an awful lot of good to the table. I think one that's tremendous in terms of that look and balance that she has. She's big hipped and got a really nice hind leg. When we get picking on these top three and making decisions, I don't think this heifer's unsound in any way, but at the same time, of the three, she's maybe a little tighter and more tighter when we get her set in motion than the two that go out ahead of her. Heifer here coming next in fourth. She's a contender in a lot of classes. I think this one's got a lot of good to her as well. She's deep-sided. She's loose-built in terms of her structure. She's got a nice pattern and presence there as well. Just when we get, like I said, making these decisions within these top four that are really close, when she gets set in motion, she just tends to come apart a little more. She's a little more open in her shoulder and maybe just doesn't tie it all together quite as neat. The heifer here coming next, another one that brings an awful lot of good to the table as well. She's big-bodied and robust in her rib, and she's got some hip shape and a nice hind leg. Still, for me, just like to lay that one in just a little neater and flatter through her shoulder. Heifer here coming next, another one that's good in terms of her lines, is super attractive. Like to soften that one up through her rear rib and flank. Pair of heifers here coming next that round out the class. I think they got some bone. I think they got some body and mass as well. Just like to neaten them up in terms of their overall balance and smoothness.
Well, congratulations over here in the Galvey ring. Result.
think a logical place for me to start here with this young lady. I think one that super good and elegant in terms of that look and show ring profile that she has. One that's really impressive when we study her at the ground. I think one that's really square on her feet, the way she handles her hocks, her knees, when she gets around the ring with plenty of reach and flexibility off both ends, still maintains that good look. She's not as big-bodied as the heifer that we got coming here in second, but I think she handles it well in terms of the rib shape and just how uniform she is in her overall body. The heifer here coming next in second, tremendous in terms of mass and just that brood cow potential she has. She's big boned, she's big ribbed, she's deep-sided. I think one that super got a lot of tools to use for a breeding piece on down the road. Just doesn't tie it all together quite as neat as our heifer that leads out the class. The heifer here coming next has got an awful lot of good things about her as well. She's good in terms of her feet and legs. She's good in terms of that length of body and the way she is up through her front end. Like to change that one, the way she comes out of her chest and maybe make it a little deeper and more uniform in her underline to run with those two ahead of her here today. Much can be said the same about the heifer that comes out next. I think she's very similar to the heifer that goes out in front of her. She's long, she's got some good pieces, she's loose in terms of her structure. Just like to soften that one up, like I said, and maybe transition her a little deeper there from her chest back into her forerib. Heifer here coming next, she is the big-bodied and just robust one. She kind of goes body-wise with the heifer that's second within the class. Still, this one, when she gets out and goes, she doesn't get out of that shoulder quite as well as I'd like to see her get out and reach. A heifer that just maybe a little plainer in that look compared to the heifers ahead of her. Heifer rounding out the class one, again, that's got a striking look from a profile in terms of that front end and levelness of her lines. Just when we set her in motion, just like to free her up and maybe soften her there through that body cavity as well.
Well, congratulations in the Galfy ring. Results out of your bull of 36. Out of Class 7 before the division. First place was exhibited by back number 9050. That's Ratliff Moonlight 401 MET, exhibited by Aaliyah Hazel Byers of Kingsport, Tennessee. Second place went to back number 9056, Madison Fisher, Hempstead, Texas. Third place went to back number 9057, Ava Miller of Traynor, Iowa. Fourth place, 9054, Paisley King, Fort Worth, Texas. Fifth place was exhibited by Carly Favor, Marshfield, Missouri. Sixth place, and congratulations will go to Jackson Mayman of Plainfield, Iowa. Now in the ring, we have Division 2. We would like to remind everyone that if you'd like to stay up to date with the latest news and information from Cattleman's Congress, download the official app. Find the complete schedule, class breaks, ring status, and watch the show live and so much more, all from your phone. Download it today from the App Store or Google Play.
Well, what a really fun division to sort here as we get into our, I believe, marches through January calves. And this division's been really good within the classes, and they've been really deep. And in our class winners and seconds as we get out here, they're certainly fun to compare back and forth. And I think that the differences between them are minor. And hopefully, as we go throughout the day, you can certainly see the type of cattle that I gravitate towards, and as we work through these. And I think that all of these sticks out here are excellent representations of that. I think this division's a little closer in my mind. I'm going to go through and talk these ones because it's maybe not as clear cut, or the differences are so minor. I think that it merits a little more discussion. Heifer here out of our first class, I think comes from a deep class, and the heifer within there, the second and the third within that class, were both extremely high quality. This heifer here, in all honesty, she resembles a lot of what we show back home, and a heifer that's good up through that front end. She's awesome at the ground. A heifer that's got tremendous body and depth, and you like that about her, and that's a lot of what we drag when we go to shows. I'm going to pick on this one a little bit, when we get her set in motion. And like I said, as she settles down, it's not quite as apparent as it is when she first came in the ring there earlier. But she's maybe just a shot weaker in her loin, still with being that flexible. I think she gets out and she handles it well when she's on the stand. Super good in terms of that profile as well. That's just being really picky on an awful good one there as well. The heifer here coming next out of our second class, I think another one that matches that type of design. I think all three of these really do. The heifer here, another one that's big-bodied. She's good on her hip and hind leg. A heifer that just gives you an awesome profile. When we set her into motion, her deal's a little bit different. She's a little bit weaker and maybe doesn't tie in quite as well right there from her shoulder back into the top side of her spine as she comes out and gets out and goes. Maybe wants to just get a little bit weaker there as well. But I think one still, like I said, when she's standing still, super good in terms of that profile. You love her hip and hind leg, but I think that one's super good as well. The heifer here coming next out of our third class. This heifer, in terms of the width she has at the ground, and if we could build a lot of cattle that had that foot and that width and how square she is from her pins down to her hocks and to the ground, a heifer that I think is good the way she comes out of her shoulder and just maintains that feminine muscle shape still down her top and through her hip and carries that down through her hind leg. I think one that's just good in terms of that presence and that look up through that front end. Now, like I said, and this is, as I go through these, she's maybe not as deep and soft in the center portion of her body as the two heifers that go out ahead of her, or that are in the classes ahead of her. And I think, and like I said, I think, though, still one that's got some rib shape and some capacity there as well. I think as a big bred, as that keeps going and she continues to deepen down there, I think one that'll be super hard to handle. And so that's kind of how I see these. I think, and it just comes down, like I said, I think you couldn't go wrong if you did anything within this division. But with that being said, like I said, and I've always been one that as I go throughout the day, try to kind of pick ones like I show, and I think the one that resembles what we show back home is a heifer out of our first class. Young lady, you'll be reserved. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in Division 2 of the Junior Lim-Flex Show. Your champion was exhibited by Ben Spencer, Gibbon, Nebraska, with KLHN-SCC, Golden Larissa, and reserve champion came out of Class 7. That was Aaliyah Hazel Byers of Kingsport, Tennessee, with Ratliff Moonlight, 401 MET. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll move into Division 3, Class 8.
Well, starting off our fall division here with a trio of December heifer calves. I think a pretty logical lineup for me. Young lady brings a really complete one here to lead off the class. Super good up through that front end and smooth shouldered, transitions back deep to her rib cage and carries that back to her flank. Just super smooth in her overall design. Doesn't overwhelm you in any one way, but just built really nice. Has a nice look to her altogether. Heifer that comes in second most follows her in terms of type and kind. I think she's really good through that shoulder and back through her rib cage as well. One that's maybe not as quite as soft through the center portion of her body and back into her flank is our class winner, but I think one that's awful complete there too. Where she has an advantage there is the way she handles her shoulder over our heifer in third. Heifer in third, another one that's big and massive in terms of that rib cage and dimension as well. She's big hip, just like to neaten that one up and lay her in a little bit smoother. She's a little rounder in that lower shoulder than the heifers that go out ahead of her.
Well, congratulations in Class 8 in the Lim-Flex Show. First place will go to back number 9062. That's ENTJ Lorelei E.T. exhibited by Eliza Truell of Skytook, Oklahoma. Second place was exhibited by Brant Gazaway of Stillwater, Oklahoma. And third place will go to Ella Snyder, Fort Scott, Kansas. Now in the ring, Class 9 here in Division 3.
Well, here in our November class, I think 4 heifers, and there's maybe not just a clear-cut standout within my mind, but as I work through these, and you can work through it on your own as well, and kind of work your way as you see how you see them fit. And I think that the heifer that leads off for me, just in terms of that design and smoothness, is where she comes to the top for me. She's just better through her shoulder, and the way she carries that back into her forerib. She's good in her lines and balanced in her overall look. She's the neatest and smoothest when you get her on the profile here. A heifer, when we set her in motion, I would like to lay her back in the slope to her shoulder, but as we work on down through the line, I think there's a little bit of ways in each and every one of these that we can tweak them within their structure. The heifer here next in second, she's very dense in terms of her body and her mass and her rib shape as well. She's good in her lines and her presence. I'd like to square this one up on her front feet. She wants to get out and turn out just a little bit as we view her when on the stand. Heifer here coming next, heifer that's big outline, and she's really long and she's loose structured. One that for me, she's a little bit more peaked over her top. She wants to get a little plainer in her neck and a little more up in her shoulder, in her tail head, just like to tone her down in those areas to get her up any higher. Heifer here coming next, another one that's smooth in her shoulder. She's got some rib shape and dimension, and she's really long bodied. One that when we set her in motion, she doesn't get out and cover her track near as well as I'd like to see.
Well, congratulations. In our Galvey female show, your first class in was Class 1, first place. Went to back number 8,200. That was Maya Carroll, Raymore, Missouri. We're now going to welcome in Class 2, Spring Heifer Calves, born April of 2024. Back over to the Lim-Flex ring. Results out of Class 9, first place, exhibited by back number 9066. That's ELCX Lady Luck 353 LET, exhibited by Delia Labor, Hillsboro, Ohio. Second place, and congratulations to Bailey Smith. Third place, Taylor Elmore. In fourth place went to Caitlin McKenzie Ayers. Now in the ring is Class 10 in Division 3.
Well, class of October's here in our Lim-Flex show, and I think a pair of nice heifers in a logical place for me. I think heifer that leads off the class, super smooth in her design. She's moderate and she's maternal in her build. She's good in her structure, really smooth in her overall design. Doesn't overwhelm me in any one way, but really solid and complete in every way. Heifer here coming next. The young man's certainly got some breeding potential as well. She's stout featured and she's big boned and she's got some usefulness there to use for making matings on down the line. Just maybe doesn't tie it together quite as smooth and neat there through her shoulder. Like to free that one up a little bit as she gets out and goes around the ring.
Well, congratulations in the Lim-Flex ring. Results out of Class 10 in Division 3. First place went to back number 9072. That's TACB Lottie, exhibited by Tacey Baker of Tecumseh, Oklahoma. And second place went to Cash Stutes of Gary, Texas, with DLCN Little Honey 1028L. We'll now welcome in your final class of Division 3. This is Class 11.
vision that we've seen to this point here, rounding out our fall calves, and I think it's a class that's a lot of fun to judge. There's quality from end to end. There's some give and take. If you want to take these three heifers that are up here at the top and put them all together, boy, you'd have a world beater. And I think that there's bits and pieces that you could use from each and every one of them. But the one that ties the most good together for me in terms of just that functional build, and we talk about this at home a lot of times, and you know, I try to make them look like a cookie cutter as much as anybody when just from a profile. But you know, this heifer's maybe not perfect there in her underline. At the same time, she's the most fundamentally correct in her foot and her bone and her hip and the way she ties from her shoulder up through her neck. Just one that's got some muscle shape and dimension as well. I think one that's just awesome in the way that she's built in terms of those fundamentals. And that's where she has an advantage for me, because I think maybe the cookie cutter type one is here in second. I think this heifer on the stand is awesome in terms of that presence, that shoulder and that neck and the way she is back through her body. Still, when we set her in motion, she's a little tighter and more restricted, maybe not quite as loose built on her joints, but certainly one that looks awesome when she's standing still. Really a complete heifer here that comes next in third as well, and she'd be tough in a lot of the other classes within this division. She's deep-sided, and she's got a good look from the side. She ties maybe a little lower from her shoulder into her neck, maybe just a little flatter in her overall design as the two heifers that go out in front of her. Heifer here coming next, and she doesn't really want to cooperate. She's kind of lazy. She goes around the ring. I think one that's got some stoutness and some bone and some body as well. Maybe just isn't quite as loose built in terms of her structure as the heifer that goes in front of her. Big-bodied heifer here for the young man coming next. Another one that's got some breeding potential and a brood cow look in terms of that body and volume. Just like to neaten her up in her overall design to run with those heifers ahead of her. Pair of heifers here rounding out the class. They got some length and look and extension up through that front end. Just like to soften them up in their overall design in terms of their body and structure.
Well, congratulations in the Galvey ring. Out of your first division of females, champion comes from class. We are about to select your champ reserve in Division 3. Results out of Class 11 before the division. First place was back number 9075, Alyssa Slimmer with TASF laced with Class 807L. Second that class, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer, Hagerstown, Indiana.
Well, here in our fall division lineup, once again, another really nice lineup from Indiana as we get some of those classes and these younger ones weren't quite as deep, but as we get them back out here, I think they certainly hold their own in terms of quality and that presence that they have within the ring. They've got a good look to them and some balance and some femininity about them, and just, you know, have that presence that we've been looking for throughout the day. This division, I think, in my mind, I think there's one that's kind of unique in terms of her build and her structure and her stoutness. Be the young lady out of our last class. She's going to be your division champion within here. It gets a little closer in my mind for reserve. I think there's a pair of heifers that match up in terms of just that type and that look out of our first class and our second class, or out of our last class. I think two heifers that are really good in terms of their design and just their body and just that presence that they have in terms of their profile. I think the heifer that's got just a little bit more in terms of mass and body and volume is the young man's heifer that was second in our last class. She'll be our reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations, Division 3 of your Junior Lim-Flex show. Champion exhibited by Alyssa Slimmer with TASF laced with class 807, and reserve will go to TSSL BTOM Ashanti 3904 LET. Now in the Lim-Flex ring, we'll get started with Division 4. This will be class 12.
Here to start off our intermediate division in our Lim-Flex show. I think a logical place to start in this August class, a heifer that brings an awful lot to the table in terms of that look and balance and good structure at the ground. A heifer that's long up through that front end. She's massive and maternal in that rib shape and dimension she has. It carries that back through her flank. Easy way to start for me within this class. Young man's heifer, and it gets a little closer between second and third, but the heifer here in second, I prefer her when we get her set in motion. She's set back more in the slope to her shoulder. I think she's more maternal in the rib shape and the way she carries back through her rear rib and flank. I think she's just a little more fundamental and feminine in her build than the heifer that comes in third. The heifer in third certainly is stout featured, and she's big footed and big boned and got a lot of extras in terms of just that power. Still one I'd like to lay her back in the slope to her shoulder. She's a little harder there in her rib cage and the way she carries that back through her flank. Young man's heifer here coming next in terms of just being complete and smooth. You like an awful lot of things about. She transitions well from her shoulder back into her rib cage, just not quite as much of her as the heifers that go out ahead of her today. Really a nice single entry June here on our Lim-Flex side as well. One that's very maternal in her design and got tremendous rib shape and dimension there as well. She's big hipped and comes down on a nice hind leg. I like this heifer a good deal in terms of her frame size, where she is for her age. You like that an awful lot about her as well. Nice heifer here, can stand some competition. We'll bring her back here for division.
Well, congratulations over in the Galvey ring. Results out of Class 5.
really good and deep from end to end as well. The heifer that leads off the class for me, in between these two, I think there's some give and take, but I think the heifer that leads off for me, super good and flexible, and she's got some stoutness there at the ground, tremendously good in terms of her body. And where I think she has an advantage, she carries that depth just a little bit more uniform back through the center portion of her body back into her flank. She's a little bit longer in terms of from the top side of her shoulder up to her pole, a heifer that's just super flexible when we set her in motion, and then still with all that mass and body, you appreciate just how flexible she is when she gets out and goes. Really a nice place to start here. The young man's heifer here coming next in second is really high quality as well. You like an awful lot of things about her. She's good up through that front end. She's smooth through that shoulder. She's good in her lines. Maybe not quite as long-bodied as the heifer that goes out ahead of her. When she gets set in motion, and I don't know if it's even worth talking about between those two, maybe not quite as set back in the slope of her shoulder as the heifer that gets out in front of her. I think just one, though, maybe in comparison to our class winner, you just like to lengthen that stride up out of her front end. Heifer here coming next in third. When she hit the ring, certainly I just said that's a nice heifer. I think one that's just complete in every way, one that is good in terms of her body. She's maternal in her design. She's sound in her structural base. Maybe not quite as much of her in terms of mass and power and just presence as the ones that go out ahead of her, but I think one that's super fundamental just in her own right, really a complete heifer there as well. Heifer coming behind her, I think, is maybe a little more on the opposite end of the spectrum in terms of just the power and the mass and the raw muscle and bone that she has, but she doesn't tie it all quite together near as well in terms of the way she blends from her shoulder back into her forerib. But if you could put those two together, I think you'd have something really special. Heifer here coming next, rounding out the class, another one that's just feminine in terms of that look up through her front end. She's good in her line. She's good in her underline. Just like to tweak that one and the way she handles her hind leg as she gets around the ring.
Well, congratulations in the Lim-Flex ring. Results out of Class 14. First place went to back number 9091. That's CELL Legacy Charm 3162 LET, exhibited by Riley Morris of Ashgrove, Missouri. Second place go to Cinch Dowling, Fairgrove, Missouri. Third place and congratulations will go to Kaya Cotting, Guthrie, Oklahoma. Fourth place went to Delaney Engler of Wheatland, Iowa. Fifth place, Kyler Marshall of Crawford, Oklahoma. We're now going to welcome in your first and second, selected champion reserve in Division 4.
Well, here in our intermediate division in our Lim-Flex side, another really nice lineup as we get our class winners and seconds back out here. Heifer out of our first class from our August. I think certainly one that's good in terms of her design and structure, and she was a single entry within that class, but I think one that can certainly stand some competition. And now as we got her back out here with some contemporaries, certainly like some things that like an awful lot of things about her. She's big and square top. She's good out of that hip and down through her hind leg. A heifer that's good in terms of that design that we've been talking about throughout the day. Maybe as big as I'd like to see in August at this stage of the game in terms of her frame, but I think certainly one in terms of that quality and look, certainly in contention out here as well. Young man's got a nice June here out of our next class. I think one that's more moderate in terms of her type and kind, and she's got some shape and just some dimension there in terms of her rib and body. Heifer that maybe a little more moderate in terms of that frame size, and maybe doesn't just tie it all together quite as smooth as the heifers on either side of her, but certainly one that's got some breeding potential as well. Heifer out of our last class here, certainly one, and like I said, she's really good in terms of that structural base that she has, really flexible throughout, and when she gets around the ring, she just floats. One that's really maternal in her design and her body type, and the way she handles that back to her rear rib and flank. Came out of a really deep class as well, and I think certainly quality from end to end in that one. I think in my mind, the way it lays out for me today, young ladies, heifer out of our last class, she's going to win this division. Young lady out of our first class will be reserved. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over in the Galvey ring. Results out of your senior heifer division. Your champion was exhibited by Jet Baker, Stewart, Oklahoma, with Butler's Class 11 Lim-Flex ring. Results out of Division 4. Congratulations. Champion exhibited by Riley Morris, Ashgrove, Missouri, with CELL Legacy Charm, 3162 LET. Reserve champion went to Kylie Gaston, Eastland, Texas, with KAKG, Lovely Lady May, 303L. Now in the ring is Class 15 for Division 5.
in a class of Aprils, and I think a pretty logical placing in my mind when you break them down. I think the heifer that leads off for me, just in terms of how fresh she is, and up through that front end, still so elegant. And when she gets out and travels, really covers ground well. She's still being that fresh, has good rib shape and dimension, and the way she carries that back deep, really a nice complete female there to start off the class. Heifer here coming next in second for the young lady. I think just in terms of bone and muscle and body volume, you appreciate an awful lot of things about. She's big topped and big hipped and got a powerful hind leg. Heifer, though, still when we compare her back to our class winner, maybe not quite as neat up through that front end and smooth through that shoulder, but I think it's got a world of breeding potential as well. Young lady coming next here in third, another one that you appreciate an awful lot of things about. Super flexible in her overall build, a heifer that's got some stoutness and some muscle as well. Like to change that one, the way she transitions from her shoulder back into her body, just make her a little neater the way she goes around the ring and holds that together. A pair of heifers that come out and round out the class, I think, are similar in terms of their design. They're long fronted, they're smooth shouldered, they're level in their top line. Just like to change these heifers in the way that they carry that rib shape back through her flank, just free them up and make them both a little bit longer strided as they go around the ring.
Well, congratulations in the Lim-Flex ring. Results out of class 15. First place, back number 9094. That's Boss Lake, Miss Kate 346 LET, exhibited by Morley Griffith, Shawnee, Oklahoma. Second place went to Abigail Byers, Johnson City, Tennessee. Third place go to Kylie Smith, Decatur, Arkansas. Fourth place, exhibited by Nora Turner, Yukon, Oklahoma. And fifth place, Lainey Lancaster of Tomball, Texas. We're now going to welcome in class 16 in Division 5. Well, congratulations in the Galvey ring. Results of class 12, first place, back number 8226, exhibited by Alexandria Rab, Markle, Indiana. Second place went to Cameron Novak, Bland, Missouri. Now bring this first and second in, select a Chamber Reserve Intermediate Heifer. Well, congratulations, your intermediate heifer champion coming out of class 12. That was Alexandra.
The marches from end to end here, and I think all the way down, very useful and fundamental cattle that got really good basics in terms of body and structure and muscle. And but the heifer that leads off for me certainly rises to the top. She's athletic, she's fresh, she's good in her structure. She doesn't overwhelm you in any one way, just ties it all together so smooth. And she's got great up through that shoulder, and the way she carries back through her rib cage and flank. She's starting to show a little bit of udder development as well. Like that about her, just one that's fresh and athletic and kind of stands out within this class. Young man's heifer here coming next. It is most similar in terms of type and kind. You like this one in terms of her balance as well. She's massive in terms of that rib cage and really balanced in terms of that overall show ring look and appeal that she has. Maybe not quite as chiseled up through that neck and shoulder or quite as deep through that rear rib and flank of the heifer that goes out in front of her, but I think one that's very competitive as well. Heifer here coming next in third gets in a tough class, and I think this one in terms of her look and design, you like an awful lot of things about. She's super long and attractive up through that front end. She's good in her line. She's really appealing on that hind leg. So we set her in motion. She wants to get up right behind her shoulder and just carry her top a little harder than the two that go out in front of her. Actually, a trio of heifers here next, and these three young ladies all have some really nice ones. I think that they all pair up very much in terms of type and kind. Heifers that are all big-bodied, and they got some muscle, and they got some structural integrity and are good at the ground. They're going to be really good breeding pieces, all three of these, for these young ladies to work with on down the road. Just maybe when we compare them to the three that are ahead of them. Maybe not quite as neat up through that neck and through their chest as the heifers that go out ahead of them, but I think ones that are going to certainly make valuable breeding pieces for each of these young ladies as they go on down the road. Congratulations once again, really deep class in this particular class here. the top for me, much like we talked within the last class. I think she's athletic. I think she's fresh. You really appreciate the way that she is up through that front end and the presence she has still as a big heifer. Super good out of that hip and down to her hind leg. Heifer that where I think she has an advantage over the heifer that's in second is just, like I said, in terms of that freshness and there, just the way she lays in a little smoother up through her shoulder there, the top side of her shoulder, and carries that up through her neck. Heifer here coming next in second's got a world of good as well. She's massive in terms of her rib cage. She's really deep-sided. She's got a good hip and hind leg. Maybe not quite as neat through that shoulder. Maybe not quite as fresh there in her underline as the heifer that goes out ahead of her, but I think one that's certainly competitive in her own right, brings an awful lot of good to the table as well. Young man's got a nice heifer here that comes out next in terms of just that outline that she has. She's long-fronted. She's good in her shoulder. She's got a good hip and hind leg as well. She's massive in terms of her rib cage. So when we set this one in motion, she doesn't relax her top quite as well as the heifers that go out ahead of her, like to lay her down just the way she handles that as she goes around the ring. Young man's got a really powerhouse heifer here coming next as well. Another one that in terms of just that mass and rib cage and that big hip and hind leg that she has, she's got some valuable tools to work with in terms of a breeding piece. Just like to neaten that one up in her overall design, maybe make her a little more uniform the way she transitions from her chest back into her flank to get her any higher today. Pair of heifers here rounding out the class. A heifer here coming next, really feminine in her overall makeup and design. She's deep-sided, just like to stouten that one up. Heifer here that's coming out, rounding out the class here as well. Big-bodied and massive in terms of that rib cage, like to neaten that one up in her chest.
Well, congratulations in Lim-Flex ring results out of Class 17. First place exhibited by Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma with SSUL Forever Charmed. Second place, Hadley Hendrickson, Farmland, Indiana with TSSL Neil S.A. Kendall, J.E.T. Third place and congratulations go to Kogan Schilling of Goodland, Kansas. Fourth place went to Raylan Ratcliffe. Fifth place and congratulations will go to Skylan White, and sixth place went to Wyatt Jacoby. Now in the ring, Class 18.
Really good class. Early February's here, and in a pretty logical lineup in my mind. I think the heifer that starts out the class, much like a lot what we've been talking about through these big heifers in terms of just being complete and smooth. She's massive in terms of her rib cage. She's good in her line. She's balanced in her look. She's got a good hip and hind leg. Just a really complete heifer here to lead off the class. The heifer here going next in second, I think, in terms of just that length and extension that she has. You certainly appreciate that about her. She's big hipped and got a powerful hind leg, and when she's on the stand, she certainly gives a good balanced look, and she's fresh in terms of her condition, maybe even more so than the heifer that leads off the class, but at the same time, still when we set her in motion, she doesn't hold it all together quite as smooth or in as much of a complete package as the heifer that goes out ahead of her. Another really fresh one coming here next in third, and you like that about her. She's good in her line. She's elegant up through that front end, just not as massive in terms of her body and her and overall rib shape as the ones ahead of her here today. Really powerful heifer here that comes next, and you like an awful lot of things about her, and in terms of having breeding potential and some useful tools to use on down the road. Still, for me, I'd like to lay that one in through her shoulder a little better, maybe neaten her up through her neck. Heifer here rounding out the class, another one that's got some density and some power as well and some bone work. Just like to free that one up in the way she gets out and goes around the ring.
Well, congratulations in Lim-Flex ring results out of Class 18. First place went to Reed Utterback of Elwood, Indiana with SSUL Charmin Forever 3237L. Second place and congratulations goes to Ratliff Lucy 302L exhibited by Olivia Robbins, Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Third place went to Tacey Baker, Tecumseh, Oklahoma. Fourth place exhibited by Peyton Schmalshoff, Avon, Illinois. And fifth place will go to Britt Drake of Guthrie, Oklahoma. Now in the ring, your final class of Lim-Flex is Class 19.
I know this division here coming up is going to be a lot of fun. All these heifers that have won these classes, and once again, another really high quality one to lead off this class. I think one that's super good up through that front end. She's maternal in her design. She's good in her structural base. A lot of the things we've been talking about throughout the day. Heifer here coming next in second, gets in a class with a really good one. But she's got a world of good too in terms of just body and mass and rib shape and dimension. She's got a big hip and a nice useful hind leg. Just doesn't tie it all together quite as well as the heifer that leads out the class.
Well, congratulations, Class 19, to conclude the Lim-Flex show. First place went to back number 9122, Ratliff Lights Out 307 LET, exhibited by Sadie Grace Eagers of Humboldt, Kansas. Second place, and congratulations to Whitney Bishop, College Station, Texas. We'll now welcome in the first and second, select the champion reserve in our final division.
think it's safe to say that we've stepped it up here in our junior yearling division, and each and every one of these heifers out here, our class winners and our seconds, are super competitive. They're cattle that are useful, they're functional, they're sound, and they got a good show ring look. And I'm super excited to have these out here within this division lineup. And it's very close in my mind, and I don't think you could go wrong just with quality out here as to what you wanted to do and pick your preferences and how you like them. I'm going to go through them really quick because, like I said, this is one of those close divisions I think that merits a little bit of discussion, and at least even if you do it different, you know what's going through my mind as I sort through these here. And I think our heifer out of our April class, when she came in, loved her freshness, love how good that one is up through her front end and her shoulder. And anybody that knows me or knows that, you know, the kind of cattle that we drag, and I love showing these big heifers and keeping them fresh. It's a tough chore, and this heifer does it very well. She's fresh, she's got a good look, she's balanced, she's good in her structural base. When we compare her back to the heifers behind her, there's not quite as much mass and density and rib shape is what we have as we go on down the line, but I think one that's super good and useful in her build. You like how attractive she is as well. Heifer here that comes next out of our March class, I think one that, once again, she's tremendously attractive. When she hit the ring, certainly looked athletic in my mind. She's chiseled in terms of that look up through her front end and still maintains that mass, and the way she transitions that back through her rear rib and her flank. And like I said, looks like she might have some udder development coming as well. She's laid in so good there through her hip and comes down to her hind leg. And like I said before, I mean, I like cattle that are complete. I think this one's smooth. She's got a world of good just in terms of that look and that balance. Heifer out of our late February class, I think super good in terms of her outline. She's a bigger outline heifer out here when compared to the heifers on either side of her. That doesn't bother me. She's super good up through that front end. She's smooth in her overall build. Maybe not quite as laid down there from hooks to pins as what the heifers on either side of her are. I think that would just be in a little bit bigger outline heifer, but I think one that in terms of just that look and that balance that she has, maybe not quite as far along in udder development as some of the other ones out here, still looks like there's plenty of mass and body and rib shape to me though as well. Heifer here coming next out of our early February class, I think one, like I talked to her in class, tremendous in terms of that complete look as well. She's super good in the way she transitions from end to end. She's smooth in every way. She's good in her hip and her hind leg. She's good in her body and her mass there as well. Maybe not quite as neat and tucked up through that front end or quite as elevated as the heifers that are standing in front of her. I think one, though, that's tremendous in terms of a cow potential and just the way she's built in terms of that complete look as well. Young lady comes out of a smaller class here that rounded out the division. I think one, though, certainly can stand an awful lot of competition as well. She's really high quality. She's good and massive in terms of her rib shape. She's maternal in her body design. You love the hip and hind leg to this heifer as well. She's really powerful the way she gets out there and just handles that to the ground. A heifer that when we set her in motion still gets out and goes around the ring really well. Heifer, and you want to compare to a couple of the other ones too as well. She's really long fronted, maybe not quite as tucked up in that chest right now, but at the same time, at this stage of the game, you know, these heifers are getting heavy in calf, and like I talked earlier, it's tough to keep them all the way fresh all the way along, and that separates things an awful lot of times. But I think this one's acceptable the way she is there through her chest and up through her front end for getting probably coming on or going on 2 years now and stuff and getting heavy in calf. So with that being said, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. This has been an awesome division. I'll go show you the two that I like within this division. Let's give them a round of applause.
And congratulations in our final division. Your champion goes to Michaela Jo Massey, London, Kentucky, with TSSL Maine Larissa 3032 LET. And congratulations, reserve in that final division will go to Ratliff. Lights Out 307 LET, exhibited by Sadie Grace Eagers, Humboldt, Kansas. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors in our final division of Lim-Flex. We'll get the ring cleared. We'll get started with your grand drive of our Junior Lim-Flex show in just a moment.
At Frontier Embryo Center, where tradition meets innovation in cattle breeding and fertility services, we're more than just a cattle service. We're your partner in elevating your herd's genetics. Our 60-day pregnant recip program and 6-month wean calf program are designed to maximize your genetic potential. With premium recip cows that are always on hand, health tested and selected for their docile and maternal traits, we handle the hard work so you can focus on growing your operation.
Division champion and reserves here in your Junior Lim-Flex show at the Cattleman's Congress. As they enter the ring, let's put our hands together for all of our Junior Lim-Flex exhibitors. If you're just joining us here in the Jim Norick Arena, we'd like to welcome our judge today, Mr. Andrew Foster. Andrew, along with his wife Emily and daughters Everly, Emerson, and Eleanor, own and operate Selden Rest Farms in Niles, Michigan, where they raise registered Angus cattle. Their operation is based primarily on the sales of junior show heifers. Andrew grew up showing cattle on a state and national level and was extensively involved in the National Junior Angus Association, where he served as the NJAA Junior Board Vice Chairman. After graduating from Oklahoma State University with a degree in animal science, Andrew came home to partner in the family operation with his dad and uncle. In addition to being named the 2013 American Angus Association Herdsman of the Year, Andrew and his family have built one of the most successful and well-known show programs in the nation. He has a true passion for the beef industry and has judged many shows on state and national level. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Let's thank and welcome Mr. Andrew Foster to the Cattlemen's Congress.
Flex Drive, once again, an awesome lineup here as we get all these division winners back out here. And, you know, I figured it'd be good and as we work through the show, and it's been awesome here as we get these cattle back out here. And I know we got more purebreds to sort here later, but at the same time, I'm very, very happy with the cattle that we have back out here within our division winners and reserves. And it's an awesome opportunity for me to be able to get out here and you know, like I said, on a day-to-day basis, you know, I work with show cattle or cattle in general and young people, so it's a great honor for me to be able to work with you young people and offer my opinion up and in the way I like them. And as we work through these shows, you know, there's so many good cattle from so many different operations and all shapes and sizes and kinds, and you know, whatever you guys prefer and what works in your program, and you can pick them how you like them. But it's always an honor to get to offer your opinion, and you know, I try to pick them, and I always like when I judge, or hopefully people can understand, you know, I pick them like we show them back in Niles, and so I think that each and every one of these heifers out here is an outstanding representation. I like cattle that are good structured and have some look and some body and some ring presence, and I think that each and every one of these heifers that are out here are an outstanding representation of that. And I'm not going to go back through within this champion lineup. Hopefully I've described them as accurately as I can as we've worked throughout the divisions, and you can see what I like and how I prefer them. And with that being said, let's give your exhibitors, your junior kids, a big round of applause. I'll go show you the two that I like here. Congratulations once again.
Well, congratulations, Grand Champion Lim-Flex female here at the Cattleman's Congress goes to Michaela Jo Massey, London, Kentucky, with TSSL Maine Larissa 3032 LET. And congratulations, Reserve Grand Champion comes on to that final division as well. That was Sadie Grace Eggers and Ratliff Lights Out 307 LET. Again, congratulations to all of our junior Lim-Flex exhibitors. Back over in the gallery ring, we're going to get started with
Well, an interesting class here to start off our purebred show here in our Limmy ring, and I think a pair of heifers that there's some give and take between the two, and really, I mean, you could do this either way you wanted to and justify it. Heifer that leads off the class, she's a bigger framed heifer that's got a little more bone and a little more mass and a little more condition. That's not why she wins. I think this heifer is just a little bit better in terms of her rib shape and the depth of body that she has. I like that about her, just the way she carries that back through her rear rib and flank. She's every bit as big as she needs to be for a May for me right now. At the same time, I just prefer that overall body and mass that she has. Heifer here coming next in second. I think in the long run, it certainly has the ability to get around that one. She's really elegant up through that front end. She's good in her lines. She's good at the ground in terms of her structure. I just think this one today is a little bit harder in terms of her belly. Like to just deepen her down, and I think she gets ahead of that other one on down the road.
Well, congratulations in the Limousin ring, first class of Division 1. First place will go to back number 9127. That's C.H. Mimosa. 8912M, exhibited by Carly Henderson, Wellsville, Missouri. And second place went to back number 9126, Paisley King, Fort Worth, Texas. Now welcome in your second class in Division 1.
Well, here in our April class, here in our Lemmy ring, a pretty logical lineup in my mind. The heifer that leads off the class in terms of body and mass and just, that brood cow look that she has through her rear rib and flank. Heifer that's really good from hooks to pins and carries down on a good hind leg. Just the most massive in terms of her body and volume within this class. Really a nice complete heifer there to start off the class. Young lady's heifer here coming next in second, I think has a bright future ahead of her, and one that's really elegant up through that front end. She's laid in good through her shoulder. She's really good on her feet and square at the ground, and you see that when she's set in motion. Heifer, when we compare back to our class winner, maybe not as soft in the center portion of her body. When she settles down and cooperates a little better, she handles her hip better, but when she's worked up, she wants to be a little rounder from hooks to pins today. Heifer here coming next for this young lady as well, has an awesome presence, super good up through her front end and shoulder. She's really good in her lines. Heifer that's got a nice hip and hind leg, like to soften her up in terms of the way she handles her rear rib and flank. Heifer that rounds out the class, one that's massive in terms of her rib shape and dimensions. She's got a big top to her as well. Just like to set that one down and just relax her in the way she gets out and goes around the ring.
Well, congratulations back over in the balancer ring. Results out of six, winner heifer ring. Results out of class at 21, your second class in Division 1. First place exhibited by Ella Elizabeth Snyder, Fort Scott, Kansas, with TASF Maple 903M. Second place went to Paisley King, Fort Worth, Texas. Third place, Karis Wilson, Marshfield, Missouri, and fourth place went to Kason Kaiser, Lufkin, Texas. Now in the ring, your first division in the Limousin show.
Here in our first division on our Lemmy side, I think a nice division, not a lot in terms of numbers, but I think quality as we get our class winners and seconds back out here among this group. I think there's a pair of heifers that in terms of body and look and balance and still having that structure as they get around the ring, pair up fairly well. I think the two heifers out of our second class, they're going to be your champion in reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations, Division 1. Champion Limousin will go to back number 9129, TASF Maple 903M, exhibited by Ella Elizabeth Snyder. Reserve will go to back number 9131, that's DL Manhattan 936 MET, exhibited by Paisley King, Fort Worth, Texas. We're now going to welcome in Class 22 in Division 2.
April heifer calves on our Limmy side. I think an interesting class, and I'll be honest, probably not just one thing that reaches out and grabs you within the class, but at the same time, as I work through it in my mind, I think I paired them up and just in terms of type and kind. And I think that these two heifers that lead off the class might not be the most out there in terms of their look or bone or any one thing, but at the same time, I think they're functional in their build. I like their body type better. I like the way they handle their shoulder and transition a little smoother back into their forerib. A pair of heifers that are just good and level down their top. They're good out through their hip. They're functionally correct in their hind leg. Just kind of a logical place to start for me. I think the heifer that comes next in third, she's interesting in my mind. And if some people wanted to lead with her, I think that'd be perfectly fine as well. She's a stout-featured heifer. She's big bone. She's big-hipped, and she's got a good look when she cooperates and stops on a profile. Just when we set her in motion with all that power, she maybe doesn't hold it all together quite as well. Heifer that rounds out the class, really a soft-haired heifer that kind of just grabs your attention initially. At the same time, I'd just like to change her in terms of her overall body design and the way she gets out and goes a little bit. I'd like to make her a little softer as she goes around the ring.
Well, congratulations back over in the balancer ring. Your champion. Back over in the Limousin ring, results out of Class 22 in Division 2. First place was exhibited by Colt Parkinson, Levelland, Texas, with LFL Meredith 4036M. Second place went to Patton Labor, Hillsboro, Ohio. Third place exhibited by Grant Helsinger of London, Kentucky. In fourth place, Corbin Robbins of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Now in the ring is Class 23 in Division 2.
The day in terms of a maternal design and that rib shape and depth of body that she has. Certainly got a world of breeding potential here with really good hip and hind leg, and just balances it together with all that mass and volume. Still gets around the ring on a good structural base as well. Young man's got a heifer here coming next in seconds. Really good up through that front end. She's long and level in her lines. Just simply lacks enough mass and body and volume to get over that other heifer today. heifer here in our January class, and I think one that brings a lot to the table in terms of power and mass and rib shape that she has. She's big top. She's got a lot of muscle there through her hip and down through her lower quarter. Heifer that's certainly got some breeding potential just in terms of what she brings to the table with that power and mass as well.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the balancer ring, results. Ten late spring yearling heifers born March to April of 2023. Back over in the Limousin ring, we currently are doing your Division II drive.
Not a lot of numbers within this division, but at the same time, I think when we get our class winners and seconds back out here, a lot of quality. And like I said before, not going to spend a lot of time where I don't need a lot of clarification on some of these divisions. I think there's a pair of heifers in terms of mass and body and dimension and just that maternal look that kind of sort themselves to the top. I think one's a little further along in terms of the way she is, in terms of her maturity and build, but I think they're both similar in terms of type and kind. Young man out of our second class, he's going to be our champion. Young man out of our first will be reserved. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations. Division 2 of the Junior Limousin Show. Your champion was exhibited by Reed Utterback of Elwood, Indiana with SSUL Forever. And reserve champion, congratulations to Colt Parkinson, Levelland, Texas with LFL Meredith 4036M. We'll now welcome in Class 25 for Division 3.
Here in our December class, young man's doing a great job with her. Really a heifer that can certainly stand an awful lot of competition. Really good in terms of her structural base and her soundness. Really complete in her overall design, how smooth she is from end to end and still maintains that look up through her front end. One, like I said, can certainly stand some more competition. Let's give him a round of applause. Great way to start our fall division.
Well, congratulations. In Class 25, first place will go to Gabriel Miner of Stratford, Missouri, with Minna Looks to Kill 501 LET. We're now going to welcome in Class 26 for Division 3.
Single entry November here on our Lemmy side, and another one certainly good in terms of her overall build and the way she handles herself as she goes around the ring. Good on her feet, good on her joints, got a really nice hind leg, got a good line and outline to her there as we get off the side of her and view her in terms of that profile. Really a striking look, another one that can stand some competition.
At Frontier Embryo Center, where tradition meets innovation in cattle breeding and fertility services, we're more than just a cattle service. We're your partner in elevating your herd's genetics. Our 60-day pregnant reset program and 6-month wean calf program are designed to maximize your genetic potential. With premium reset cows that are always on hand, health tested and selected for their docile and maternal traits, we handle the hard work so you can focus on growing your operation.
Went to back number 9146. That was PBRS Long Haul. 3174L exhibited by Kaya Conning of Guthrie, Oklahoma. We'll now welcome in class 27.
Nice class of Octobers here on our Limmy side, and I think a logical lineup in my mind. The heifer that leads off from me, just in terms of that fundamental look that she has, really balanced and good in terms of her body and mass, and in that depth that she has, really uniform and smooth in her build from end to end. And we set her in motion, one that gets out and goes and travels ground really well. Heifer that goes in second, I think, is the one that's most similar to her in terms of type and kind. Really deep-sided as well, and she's long and level out of her hip. She's got a good hind leg, a heifer that's smooth in her overall design as well. Maybe not quite as laid back and wants to reach as long, strided out of that front end as a heifer that goes out ahead of her, but I think one that's super good in terms of just that complete look. Heifer here in third, giving this young lady a little bit of a fit out here, and not wanting to be a good teammate today, but I think brings some good to the table as well in terms of being a big outline heifer that's certainly got some length and extension up through that front end. She's big topped and big hipped, just like to soften her up in her overall design.
Well, congratulations in Class 27. First place will go to Eliza Truell of Skytook, Oklahoma with VTGF, Truly Charmed ET. Second place exhibited by Cole Keaton. In third place went to JC Smith. We'll now bring in Class 28 to conclude Division 3 of the Junior Limousin Show.
September class, the heifer that comes to the top fairly easily in my mind within this class. I think one that's really good in terms of that look and balance that she has, one that we set her in motion, gets out and covers ground, super complete in her overall design, and just maintains that look as she gets out and goes around the ring. I think one that's super high quality there to lead off the class. It gets a little closer between second and third in my mind, and I think these heifers are designed very, very similar in the way that they're built and the way their hind leg structure is and their hip, and both of them you'd like to tweak just a little bit the way they handle their underline and carry back into their flank. At the same time, I think the heifer that goes here in second is just a little longer, a little more extended version of the heifer that's here in third. Heifer in third, like I said, a lot of the same things in terms of that hip and hind leg. You like an awful lot of things about. She's got some rib shape and dimension there as well. Just like to stretch her out in comparison to the heifers that go out in front of her. Division back out here, and it wasn't a lot of numbers throughout the classes, but now in our single entries, and we've got some comparisons amongst one another. We can go through here and talk real quick. Young man's heifer out of our first class. Like I said, within that class, I think a super complete heifer, really fault-free just in her overall design. She's smooth from end to end. She's good in terms of her structural base. He does a good job of getting her stuck and gives just a good balance. Look, young lady's heifer here out of our second class. One that in terms of just at the ground, you like an awful lot of things about. She's square at the ground. She's good on her feet, good on her joints and the angles the way she has them. She's long and level in her lines. Maybe not quite as deep and soft through the center portion of her body and carries that back as uniform into her flank as some of the other heifers out here. But I think one just in terms of structure you like an awful lot of things about. Heifer here coming next out of our third class. One that's really maternal in her design. She's good in terms of her rib shape. The way she carries that back through her flank, you like that about her. She's uniform in her top. She's long from hooks to pins and sets down on a good hind leg. Maybe not quite as neat up through that front end and there under her chin as maybe some. At the same time, though, I think she's got a good balanced maternal look as well. Heifer out of our last class, I think just in terms of that extension and maintaining that balance and that look when you set her in motion and then when you get her on the stand, just that presence that she has up through that front end and the length and squareness from hooks to pins, still maintains that depth from end to end and good on her feet and legs. She's going to be our champion in this division. I'll take a closer look and pick your reserve, but congratulations.
Well, congratulations. Division 3 champion will be out of class 28. That was back number 9149, Sidley Portwood of Versailles, Kentucky, with TASF Lady Gaga 815 LET. 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 And congratulations, reserve in that division will come out of class 25. That was Gabriel Miner of Stratford, Missouri, with middle looks to kill 501 LET. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now welcome in class 29.
Well, here back on our Lemmy side, I think another single entry, but at the same time so robust and powerful in her overall build. One that's good at the ground for all that power that she has. She's big hipped and carries that down through her stifle. One that's good in terms of her body and her dimension as well. Certainly one that can stand some competition. Going to bring an awful lot of things to the table as a breeding piece on down the road to work with for this young man. Let's give him a round of applause for this class, but congratulations, and we'll see her back here shortly for division.
Well, congratulations in the balancer ring, your grand
June single entry here as well. And I think not the power heifer that we saw in the last class, but at the same time, this one brings to the table a complete look. One that's good up through that front end. She's smooth and flat through her shoulder. She's very good in the way she handles herself as she goes around the ring in terms of her structure. Another one that's just balanced and complete in her overall look. One that can certainly stand some competition as well. Like I said before, with our July, we'll bring this one back here shortly for the division.
Well, congratulations in Class 29. First place was Cole Keaton of Wolfworth, Texas with LLKT Lassie 338L. And in Class 30, first place went to Jace Walber of Harper, Texas with DL Lucille 836L. We'll now bring in Class 31 to complete the division.
Here as well for our May class, and I think one that's super balanced in completing her look as well. Really smooth from end to end. She's big hip, got a good hind leg. Another one certainly coming along in terms of body and mass, and even looks like maybe starting to develop a little bit of udder at the same time. I think one that certainly can stand some competition. It'll be fun to get these three class winners back out here and do a little comparison between them. But once again, another really nice single entry.
Well, congratulations in Class 31. First place goes to Colt Parkinson, Levelland, Texas, with LFL Lakin 3083 LET. We'll now bring those first and seconds in, select a champion reserve.
Well, very interesting division as we get our heifers, our class winners back out here, and all being single entries, and in all honesty, all of them being very, very different from one another as we get them back out here and compare them, and maybe not just one thing that reaches out and grabs you and says that you got to do. And you kind of just start working through it and breaking them down, and maybe just working, like in my mind here as I go through, and just finding the most things in terms of the fundamentals that I prefer. And with that being said here, I'll talk through these now that we've got a little bit of comparison between one another. But the heifer out of our first class here, I think just in terms of that power and how robust I said she was within that class, I think one that's really good in terms of her bone and muscle and rib shape and dimension that she has, a heifer that was still with all that. When you set her in motion, she gets out and goes and travels around the ring as well as anything within this division lineup. Now, when we compare her to my ideal, is she quite as neat and elegant up through that front end, shoulder and front end is what I prefer? Probably not, but I think at times there's things that are more important than just how they look up through their front end too, with all the other things that she brings to the table. Heifer here next out of our second class, like I said there, she was complete, and she's very good, and she's smooth from end to end. She's good up through that front end. She's not as massive in terms of her rib cage and dimension. I don't need them super, super powerful for in my mind. At the same time, I like to have them with some body and some mass, but she's not as stout as the heifers on either side of her as well, but certainly like her in terms of her pattern and how complete she is, just super nice and elegant up through that front end. Heifer here that's out of our third class, I think one that's a little more down the middle in terms of bone and muscle. She kind of lands between the other two. I think her body is really good. I think when we get her standing here on the stand, she's as appealing from a profile as anything. She's got a little bit of chest, but still she's balanced in the way she's built. Where I struggle with her a little bit in my mind is when she gets out and goes, she just wants to come up there behind her shoulder. She's maybe a little more upright in the slope to her shoulder and just handles that top a little bit harder as she gets out and goes around the ring. And she's not always wanting to cooperate as she goes around, and that probably doesn't help that situation as much as she needs to. With that being said, and kind of as you know what's going through my mind here, and I think, just like I said, when we set them in motion, I think there's one that handles herself really well in terms of flexibility in her top and still with all that muscle. Our young man out of our first class, he's going to be your champion. Young man out of our second be reserved, or last class will be reserved. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations. Your champion in that division will go to Cole Keaton of Wolfworth, Texas, with LLKT Lassie 338L, and reserve champion Colt Parkinson, Loveland, Texas, with LFL Lakin 3083 LET. We're now going to welcome in Class 32.
Really a high quality set of heifers from end to end here, and I think a pretty logical placing in my mind, though. I think the heifer that starts off for me is just the most balanced and uniform in her overall design there. She's really sleek up through that front end, and she comes massive back into that rib cage and carries that back through her flank. She's got an athletic look there on the profile and just gives that the good show ring presence and just that appealing look that she has there when you get off to the side of her. Heifer here coming next in second, certainly high quality as well. You like how maternal she is in her design. Really a deep body, deep-sided heifer. She's good through her hip and hind leg. Maybe not quite as neat and blends quite as well from her shoulder back into her forerib as the heifer that goes out ahead of her. Maybe not quite as neat and tucked up through that chest and up through her front end as the heifer that leads off the class. The heifer that comes here next, and I swap these two here at the end, I think this heifer, just in terms of mass and body and length, you appreciate an awful lot of things about. I prefer her within this pair in terms of the way her body shape is and the way she is through her forerib and carries that back to her flank and udder. A heifer that's really complete and maternal in her design, just quite maybe not quite as tall fronted and elegant up as those heifers that lead off the class. Really a stout, powerful heifer here that rounds out the class and appealing from a side view profile when you get her on the stand. Still, when we get her set in motion, she's a little more upright and the slope to her shoulder wants to tuck up there right in behind her chest as she gets out and goes. Like to soften her up and just lay her back in the slope to her shoulder as she goes around the ring.
Congratulations in Class 32. First place to go to Clayton Kessler of Crawfordsville, Indiana, with TASF looking classy 778 LET. Second place to go to Taylor Elmore with PBRS Lexus 367 LET. Third place went to Callie Mosley of Bixby, Oklahoma, and fourth place went to Jackson Mayman. Now in the ring, we'll look to see Class 33.
quality heifers. Heifer that starts off for me, just like we've been talking here, just maternal in her build. She's just got a tremendous amount of depth in the way she handles it in her rib cage, and just massive there all the way back to her rear rib and flank. She's good in her hip and down to her hind leg. A heifer that I think just has a world of breeding potential just in terms of that look and still maintaining that mass and a good structural base. And that mass and that rib shape is where she has an advantage over the heifer here in second. Heifer in second I like really well in terms of that look and balance that she has. She's striking from a profile. Heifer that's good in her lines and good in her top. I just like to soften that one down just the way she is there, right behind her chest and carries back into her rib. Heifer here coming next in third, another one that's massive and just powerful in terms of that body and dimension that she has, really dense and just robust in her overall design. Just like to neaten that one up and just put it all together in a little fresher and neater package, but I think one that's got a tremendous amount of breeding potential as well.
Well, congratulations in Class 33. First place to go to back number 9166. That's LJRJ, Miss Living the Dream ET, exhibited by Madeline Norvell, Tuttle, Oklahoma. Second place went to Trace Falkenstein, Oswego, Kansas. And third place will go to Clayton Kessler, Crawfordsville, Indiana. Now in the ring will be Class 34.
A really nice set of heifers here and a pretty logical placing in my mind again. I think the heifer that starts off for me in terms of that structure and look that she has, super good when she gets out and goes around the ring and flexible off both ends. You really like how long fronted and elegant she is up through that front end and neck. She's good in her top line. She's deep sided. I'd like to maybe neaten her up the way she is from her navel back to her udder just slightly, but I think that's getting awfully picky of a really nice one there to lead off the class. Heifer here that comes next in second, super super good in terms of that design that she has as well. One that's smooth in the way she transitions from her front end back into her forerib. She's level from hooks to pins. A heifer, when we set her in motion, he'd like to lay her back just a little bit and the slope to her shoulder. Heifer here coming next, rounding out the class. One that's massive in terms of her body and volume as well. You like how dense she is in her overall build and makeup. Super going to be a really good breeding piece on down the road. I think one, though, just for me, like to clean her up there through that shoulder and chest. Maybe just make her a little bit more neat and elegant up through that front end.
Well, congratulations in Class 34. First place went to J.C. Parrish of Liberty, Texas, with Ratliff Legacy 301 LET. Second place will go to Bo London of Freedom, Oklahoma. And third place to Kyle Rule of Dodge City, Kansas. We're now going to welcome in Class 35. This will be your final class here in our Limousin show.
Another nice pair of heifers here to round out our last class of this division. And I think heifer that leads off is super good in terms of her structure and athleticism as she gets out and goes around the ring. One that's got a good balanced look up to that front end. She's long and level down that top. Good in terms of her rib shape. Really a nice way to start. Heifer that goes second here, I think one in terms of mass and body and volume. You like an awful lot of things about heifer that's good out of her hip and down to her hind leg. Just like to neaten that one up in her overall front, up there through her front end and her chest and shoulder.
Well, congratulations in Class 35. First place to go to Kylie Gaston of Eastland, Texas with DL Lavender Hayes 088 LET. And second place went to Ashley Schrag with Ratliff Last Chance 300 LET. At this time, we're going to bring in those first and second selected champion reserve in our final division of your junior Lim-Flex show.
Once again, an awesome lineup here as we get our class winners back out for this division, and certainly stepped up the heat in terms of depth within this division. And I think all these heifers out here, you know, they came through their classes, and certainly not to take anything away from the seconds, but these class winners kind of rose to the top. And I was really anxious to see them back out here compared to one another. And I think as you do that, I think there's some differences in type and kind, and I think it gets really tough between all these heifers, and there's some give and take on down the line. But I think each and every one of them is certainly deserving as we get back out here. The heifer out of our first class, I think one that if you want to talk about a striking look, she's awesome from a profile. She's really good there from her shoulder up through her front end. She's good in her lines, and she's balanced in that overall design. When we get this heifer set in motion, she's a little bit harder there as she comes out of the top side of her shoulder. Maybe doesn't want to relax that top line as she gets out and goes around the ring quite as well as some of the others out here. But I think, like I said, in terms of just that striking look, you like an awful lot of things about. Really good heifer here out of our second class as well, and you know, she rises to the top within that class just in terms of that body and mass, and she looks like a cow. I think one that just tremendous in terms of those fundamentals that we've been talking about throughout the day, in terms of her structure and her body and her mass, and still, you know, maintaining that look and that balance, being heavy bred. And I think she gets around the ring really well, maybe as well as anything within the lineup here. And I think one that just that body and mass, with all that, she still handles that good up through her shoulder. She's not the squeakiest necked of all of them within the lineup, but I think she's still feminine about it in the way she handles it, and feminine in the overall design. The heifer here coming next out of our third class, she's a big outline heifer, and she's striking from that design standpoint as well. She's good up through that front end. She's level through her hip and down through her hind leg. I'd like to transition her just a little bit deeper from her navel back to her udder, just make her a little bit more in terms of that balance, but I think one that's good in terms of that structure she has, and she goes around the ring, like I said, super attractive up through that front end. Heifer here coming out of our last class, another one that certainly has a really good build to her. She's good at the ground. She's good on her feet and legs. A heifer that's fresh in terms of her condition. She's good in her shoulder, long and level out of that hip, and carries that down to a good hind leg. Another one that's massive in terms of that rib cage. Maybe not quite as deep there back through the rear rib and flank as a couple of the others within the lineup, but I think one that's really good in terms of her build. Like I said, like how good she is at the ground, like how fresh she is as well. With that being said, that's kind of what's going through my mind. I think that you couldn't go wrong with anything that you wanted to do within this lineup. I'm going to take one more look. I'll go show you the two that I like. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Well, congratulations, champion that final division. We'll go to Madeline Norvell, Tuttle, Oklahoma, with LJRJ, Miss Living the Dream ET. And congratulations, reserve in that division. Coming out of Class 32, that was Clayton Kessler of Crawfordsville, Indiana, with TASF looking classy 778 LET. Well, at this time in Ring 1, we're going to get the ring cleared. We'll get started with your grand drive of our Limousin female show at the Cattleman's Congress. Is here at the Cattlemen's Congress. The ring. Let's put our hands together and thank our Limousin judge today, Mr. Andrew Foster of Niles, Michigan.
Show. I think what an outstanding lineup of cattle and kids out here in our junior show, and started off awesome this morning with our Lim-Flex show, and certainly with our purebreds here, it hasn't lacked off at all. I think that awesome lineup of cattle here as we've gone through. I'd like to thank the Limousin Association, the Cattlemen's Congress, everybody involved, all your junior board and ring help, and everybody that's on staff there. Certainly this is an awesome event, and this the Cattlemen's Congress has come on to develop into one of the most special shows in the country, and certainly here within the breed, that in the Limmy breed here, as we've gone throughout the day, that you know you've had the top end of what your competitive cattle are, and you know it's just awesome to be a part of it. I really appreciate the opportunity. You know, I grew up showing cattle and came through the junior programs as well, and so you know it means a lot to get to this stage and get to this level of competition. And you know, so congratulations to all you kids and everybody in the back and the programs and the people that help you get to this point. You know, it's no easy task, and so you know, I know what that's like firsthand, and because I'm involved with it every day. And so like I said, this has been an awesome group of cattle to work with. I'm not going to go through and talk all these cattle individually again. You know, as we've gone throughout the day, hopefully you can see the kind of cattle that I like, and you know, it starts at the ground, and sound structured cattle and good cattle that are fundamentally correct and got some body and maternal look, and then if you can add some show ring presence to them as well, and that look, you know, that's what we strive for back in our program. And so I've tried to find those type of cattle today as we've worked throughout the show, and hopefully have and certainly have enjoyed it throughout the day. So once again, thank you for the opportunity to everybody involved with the Limousin Association and the Cattlemen's Congress. I certainly appreciate the opportunity. With that being said, I think there's a pair of heifers that match up well out here. I'll go show you the two I like. Let's give your exhibitors a round of applause. Certainly been a pleasure of mine today.
Limousin ring, your grand champion female, exhibited by Reed Utterback of Elwood, Indiana, with SSUL Forever. And congratulations to the reserve grand champion, Madeline Norvell, Tuttle, Oklahoma, with LJRJ, Miss Living the Dream ET. Again, congratulations to all of our junior Limousin exhibitors. And again, a thank you to Mr. Andrew Foster for joining us today in the Jim Norick Arena. Back over to the Red Angus ring.